And hello, and welcome in. How's it going over tonight? Hope everyone today is good to see you. We're live again, and today we're gonna be playing some more Euro Truck Simulator because I like that game so much, and also because I don't know, something is broken with Earthbound. I don't know why, but it's not working the way it's supposed to be working. So as a result of that, we're not gonna be playing Earthbound today. We're gonna play it again next year. So that's gonna be fun. I'm sorry about that, but also not really because as much as you guys like Earthbound, I like Earthbound more. I feel like I like Earthbound a lot more, and I'm very very excited to play more Earthbound next year. Uh, but you know, for what it's worth, I'm like not. I feel like I'm heartbroken about it, much more so than you guys. Clearly. I don't know, I like it a lot, and I wish I could play it as well right now, but sadly it's not working. And I can't be asked to fix it. Like, we're already like 2 hours late. We're already 2 hours late over here, given that stuff, you know? My mom called me, and we ended up chatting a lot. And I really like that. I like chatting with my mom. Like, I like talking to her and everything. I'm looking forward to talking to her whole lot for the next 2 weeks. But like, last night after work was done, I gave her a call. It was 2 in the morning, to be fair. But, like, she works nights. As a result, you know, I figured, hey, maybe I'll catch her, you know? And if I do catch her, that's great. And if not, you know, that's fine as well. You know? But then I went to sleep afterwards because, like I couldn't reach her. So I was like, okay, she's probably sleeping. And I didn't think much of it. But as it turns out, she was very, very worried about me. What if something happened? Etc., etc. You know? Understandable, because her son just called her. Her oldest son just called her, super late into the night. You know, like, what if something happened? You know, what if something happened to her? And yeah, in fact, hold up, let me just do this and this. There we go. Let's just go a bit glitchy, pixely. We can turn up the music a bit more. And then we'll be vibing over here. I sadly don't have. I was looking for an animated car wheel GIF. But I forgot what it was called. You know, there's this one thing. But I forgot what it was called. And I thought of adding that to my thing, but I just couldn't find it, you know? Let's launch the game. Where is it? could swear that was a thing, you know. I just don't remember. It was like, you know, it was a wheel with like a hand and it just goes crazy, you know. But I don't remember seeing it, you know. Oh well, it's fine. We'll continue our career over here. And just see how it goes. Game change detected, prevent, okay, all unfinished have been cancelled. Okay, seems like there was like an update or something like that. Quick travel. I don't want a quick travel. Why am I quick traveling? Duisburg, Cologne, Nuremberg, Calais. Sure, let's go to France, I guess. If we have the option to go somewhere, might as well go to France. Snow Dream background has been applied for the duration of our latest World of Trucks event. Let's go for a quick job or freight market. Money for all your company using your own truck. Load the freights and deliver it safe and sound. Interesting. Cauliflower. A Thane. Oh. 15,000 to get to Bern. And also we get to Bern, you know, which is a new... We can go to England. Is it worth it though? Price per distance? I mean, it's pretty good. There we go. Oh, that's rough. That's a rough one. It's a rough start right there. It's been a while since we last drove. Oops. Little traffic violation, you know. Happens. Wait. Job selection type, freight market. Take the job. Trail is ready. Proceed to the loading area. Oh gosh. I think we're wrong here. Seems like a bus depot. Yeah, this very much doesn't seem like the place to be. Chaos, good to see you. How you doing? Ba 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 ba. How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. Residual Chaos. Ingvar Kelmule. Are you doing what? Were you streaming? You were playing Lake. I love Lake. Great game. We just started troking, so we're doing good, you know, so far. I just have to figure out how to load the freight. It's so fun. Yeah, it's such a great game. Also very queer, you know. It's a very, very queer game. And there's multiple, like, story options and stuff. You can be... I'm not going to spoil anything, you know? Like, multiple endings, choices, stuff like that. On top of being very chill and a licensed soundtrack that you don't get copyright struck up for when you stream it in the category. Huzzah! I hope you're doing well. What were you up to? Tell me all about it. How was the stream? Always the best. Yeah, it's always great, you know? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Magiman Racing from Germany. We play lots of different games here. Today we're playing some Euro Truck Sim. We were originally supposed to play Earthbound, but I did experience some tech issues with the emulator, so I'll fix that, and then we'll play it again next year. We do a lot of first playthroughs, blind playthroughs, indie showcases, art streams, stuff like that. If you're into that, feel free to stop by and hang out. You know, I try to create a cozy environment free of toxicity or bigotry, and if you're into that, that's lovely. But Raiders, if you ever see Chaos and me live at the same time, go check out Chaos first, because Chaos is fantastic. They are you know, them's great. It was a great stream. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear it. Well, thanks a lot for stopping by and bringing your community over. We're trucking today. It was either this or Trash Goblin. I don't know how I'm supposed to we're supposed to pick up a... Okay, this is a garage. We're somewhere in France and we're supposed to go to the UK. That's bad. This is our very own truck. So damaging it is bad. You know? I have to be a bit careful about that. No rules. Taking a left turn before others take the right turn. You're not supposed to do that. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you had a good time. Is it your first time playing it? So that over there is definitely where the tank is supposed to be, you know? There's a flag on the map. Never mind, that explains a lot. Am I supposed to load it myself? There's an arrow on the thing. Okay, time to go. Got propane now. We're delivering propane now. To the UK. I have not been to the UK yet. I wonder how it works. Like, when does it switch from trucking along? We're just trucking along, you know? Just doing a very, very chill stream here. You know, just going to the UK for once, you know, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be nice, innit? It's gonna be grand. Honk honk. I didn't see that car at all, man. you know, you'd hope that if we have to do switch driving sites, if we have to switch driving sites, there will be a huge billboard with neon pink letters saying, change your lane. What if I don't speak English? Or what if I can't read? And I certainly didn't care about you. Yeah, I honestly didn't see it at all. So, I mean, I wasn't wrong. Okay, there's nobody on our left mirror. Over there where chat is, you know. By the way, when you're chatting, you know, I don't see the windows. I don't see the, like, the things all that well, you know, because I'm literally looking at that screen. Which, it does make driving a bit difficult, because there's a light amount of delay, you know? It's fine. Yeah. Who cares about this car that is approaching us from the left anyways, right? I'm just gonna pause real quick and turn up the music a smidge. Because this one's a banger. I mean, it's mostly your right lane when you read. I mean, you're mostly in the right lane when you read it. Yeah, definitely. Look, they can't overtake us if they're on the right side. And we're always on the right side of justice. We're not even endangering the other drivers. Yeah, never, never. Man, the last time I've actually driven a car, I nearly died. I guess in the UK we would be on the left side of justice, which would be an issue. Some guy's gonna be bad and just tries to drive a freaking barrier. We're now in the middle of a road. Oh, no. We have to bid. Oh, no. No. It's gonna cost us some money and time. On top of that, we were wielding propane, you know? Let's go ahead and service our stuff real quick, you know? Service recommendation. Oh, that's a lot of money. We just bought this truck too. Tell me what you're chasing. It was me. What? You're too distracting a passenger. Honestly, it's just my fault, you know? Being in France distracted me. We literally have to start again because this was the nearest, Oh. I'm sure there's a button to look out the window or something, but I haven't seen that button yet. No, last time I actually drove a car, I was I was driving with my father and my at the time girlfriend, you know? It was 5 years ago. And what ended up happening was that right when we switched drivers and I got behind the wheel, I... Oh, trailer took damage, that's not good. And basically, when I got into the Autobahn, I thought like a truck that was, I was still in my first gear and everything, you know? Just like this, like here. I thought this truck over here was much further away than it really was. And as a result of that, I started driving you know? And what ended up happening was that I realized that the truck driver, was going much, much faster than I expected him to go, you know? Because it was like 200 meters away, you know? Like 200 meters away, so I expected, you know, if I get into the lane, it shouldn't pose an issue, because they can only go 80 anyways, right? And so, as I drove into the lane, what ended up happening was that the truck nearly hit us. And I luckily managed to drive backwards, you know, still. I still managed to drive a little bit backwards, or otherwise the truck would have hit me with more than 100 kilometers, you know, per hour into the side of a car. Like he would have he would have gone full frontal into my facial, you know? It would have not been good. Plenty scary. Yeah, like he ended up just taking off our mirror, you know? Our mirror and one of our headlights, you know, got damaged. So naturally, what ended up happening then was my father and I switched seats because the police arrived and everything, and luckily you wouldn't have even felt it. I would have died, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have truly died. I'm a lich after all, you know? I've got my phylactery at home. It's all good. But I was shaking so bad because I realized right then and there I could have met my maker. Yeah. We all switched. Yeah, my father and I switched seats, you know? My father received a fine. I paid him back, obviously, but that was really scary. Like and that's the last time I drove a car. I haven't driven a car yet. Like whenever I get near a car wheel, my hands start to shake. Like a lot. And it's bad, you know? So this right here has been a bit like therapy. You did some mistakes like that when you started driving. Oh. You wouldn't have felt the hit. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't have. It's understandable though, yeah. For whatever reason, by the way, the truck driver, 100%, he went way too fast, you know? Like with 80, you know, you're only allowed to drive the 80 on the Autobahn. You're like, as a truck driver. Yeah, that's understandable. It's scary. It's a scary situation, you know? Like, he 100% went too fast, right? It was my bad as well for not just being more patient and waiting, you know? Obviously. But still, I didn't expect him to go that fast, right? But the, but like the police, when they looked at the footage, because apparently there's cameras and everything, they not only failed to notice the speed, but they also failed to notice me making the switch with my father real quick. Which is good, I guess. Oh, is this like a ferry? What is happening here? Do we get on a train? Oh, wow. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of good. Wait a minute. Am I supposed to get in here or the other side? No, the other side is the return lane. Whoa. I've never done this before. What happens here? Am I oh. I see. I know what the game wants to do. I just drove into a wrong lane. Oh, game? Your mom had an accident happen with a bus. Her car was totaled, but thankfully she was completely unhurt. Oh, thank goodness. It was really, really bad, though. Like, at the time, the barriers between lanes were these 2-ton steel blocks to keep any cars from moving into the other lane, right? This 2-ton block that your mom's car hit into went from the middle of a lane all the way to a sidewalk. Oh, that's crazy scary. She only managed to come back to driving after going to a driving school for licensed drivers. Yeah, like, I will definitely have to do that at some point. But for the time being, like, I don't need a car or anything. In fact, having a car would be a liability in the city that I live in because public transport is great. And also, finding parking is terrible. Even at university, you know? Because, like, we've got, like, a parking, like, house thing, you know? Like, a structure where with a lot of parking spots, right? For university students, but also for all their different employees and stuff. And, like, our university has, like, 22 or 24,000 students. Out of which maybe around 7,000 live in this city, so they take the bus. And there's like 10,000 of which take public like trains and stuff. There's obviously also a lot, like for a lot of people, I don't know like the general statistics and everything, but like there's a lot of people, you know, and a lot of which could drive cars. And those people have a hard time finding parking because for whatever reason, that whole parking garage is also like, it's like free for students, yes, but like people that live in the surrounding area, you know, just normal citizens that are not like students of university or work at the university or whatever, those people also are able, like, permitted to park there for free. And that's like kind of, it defeats the point a little bit because it causes some issues for other students and other people that work at your university and whatnot, you know? But yeah. Cars are hella expensive, to be very fair. Yeah, cars are expensive. Not just for purchasing costs, but also for maintenance and stuff, taxes, insurance, all of that jazz, you know? It's a bit rough. And yeah, it's convenient in some cities, but it do be money. Yeah, it does be money, you know? A lot. So, I did a little oopsie. So we're just gonna back off. And then back into this. You're telling Chaos on stream that you really don't like reverse. You don't like reverse? You like take out gas price and you still do maintenance and taxes. Yeah, that's like what I'm mainly talking about. Like gas as well. Like at least you can do something about the gas, you know, depending on what car you have, depending on what fuel you take, depending on where and when you do stuff, you know, like do the refueling. Enter. We gotta go to Folkestone. Choo-choo! Use the train to cross the channel. Achievement. Nice. That's a very good scratch. What was... Oh, speaking of scratches. Pause the game for a moment. Do you want to hear something wild? Yeah, but like reverse is kind of annoying, you know? So I get not liking it. Personally, I love driving in reverse, you know? So I've got these headphones, you know? An aunt called me. I should call her back. I'll do that in a moment in the break. So I've got these headphones, you know, they're over here. Headphones, they've got a lot of battery life. This is not sponsored or anything, but they're the Soundcore. I forgot what they're called, but like the exact model. But like they're by Soundcore, which is the daughter family, like the subfamily, like the parent family of Soundcore is Anker, who make very, very good power banks. I've got one of theirs as well. Anyways, also not sponsored. I just like the product, you know? Anyway, so I've got these headphones by Soundcore, and they've got noise cancelling on them, you know? But also, I can just listen, like, I can listen to music on the train, and it will basically filter out half of the sound, or I can like turn off all noise canceling and I just hear everything, you know? And I can still hear like my music and stuff. But what's really nice is like attention mode, which means that I can listen to music, and then at times when there is like a sound, like, you know, like, oh, the next stop, etc., it will tell, like, it will quiet down the music a bit, or I will be able to hear those sounds, you know, like very loud sounds in the surrounding are pretty nice. And it comes with like an app on my phone and whatnot, which is cool, but because like it's got a mixer and everything, you know, this has turned into a full-blown ad, but I didn't mean for it to be one. And the wildest thing is they introduced something called like white noise, and you can add custom white noise to your headphones in case you don't want to listen to music, but just want to have some background noise or something, or I don't know, sleeping or something. I don't know. Some people like white noise. I don't like it too much, but they've got weird white noise, you know? I just want to show you the wildest thing ever. Is that? Yeah, it's beer. It's the noise. What is that? It's beer. It's supposed to be beer. I find it so funny. Yeah, I know, right? It doesn't really like beer. First of all, beer doesn't really sound like that, you know. But also, it does. I mean, it's kind of accurate. Like if you pour it from a bottle into a glass, but like most of the time, I work with beers. You know, I work at a pub. I'm a waiter. You know, and it's cool. You know that this is a thing, but I don't know why it's a thing. You know, it's got like also a random thing, and then. Hold up, hold up. This is the sound of a park, you know? And a campfire. And the sound of a beer. Oh, I'm pouring another beer at my campfire in the local park. During what sounds like broad daylight. You know, I'm day drinking with a campfire at a park. Again, I'm sure it's appreciable to someone somewhere. And if I, like, redo it, you know, it just gives me something else. It's belts, violence, and cooking sounds. Or, it's cooking sounds, dogs, and birds. Some dogs are getting cooked right now. This is someone brushing their teeth, and also some magical whimsy and harmonies, you know? Again, this is complete, like, this is randomized. There's like a lot there, you know? Is this raining? It's a daytime forest and some temple stuff? I don't know. This is so confusing. Again, this is disgusting. That's what that is. That is someone munching on some crisps, you know? Also, some chimes in the wind, while someone is beating their eggs, you know? I'm just saying, you know, someone decided that that's a feature they want to introduce to a lot of people. Like, it's cool that you can customize white noise, you know? Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, someone like whipping some eggs while someone else is eating chips, you know, while it's a, you know, busy day in the forest, I guess. less interested on the fact that someone added this than on the fact that they supposedly public that wanted it. Like, I could see... Wait, where are we actually? Oh, we're near Dover. Is this where Ben Dover is from? We're in the UK now. Man, if... Ah yes, I need to chill while listening to a good old day inside a cafe with the sounds of wood chopping, fireplace cracking, and gunshots. Gunshots are not actually a thing in there. But when I discovered this feature, I thought that gunshots were a thing, but no, those gunshots were actually just outside of my window. Like, outside of my house, the house here, there were gunshots. So I called the cops. Understandably, you know? Gold, yeah. But wood chopping is a thing, and fireplace crackling. You know? So being from Europe's mainland, being from the mainland like I am, I'm gonna drive on the right for as long as I can. Okay, but like, it's so funny that someone decided, yeah, look, you can customize your white noise. You can have rainforest, you know, with a bit of someone beating eggs, with a little bit. Oh, we have to go to the left here, actually, because it's a one-way street. You know, it doesn't matter which direction we go, which place we go. Up until the very end here, you know? Southampton? Okay, never mind. Look, there's no great, big, like, you know, tall, neon pink billboard to tell me about this stuff. Oh, this is so confusing, but because, like, the mirrors on the left are super useless now. There's no billboard or anything that tells me that I have to go on the left side, by the way. Oh, that was, like, so scary in the UK. The only time I've ever been to the UK, you know? I went to South Kensington, you know, which is a part of London, visiting a friend from New Zealand who moved there and, worked there for a while. But he was going to move to Berlin, and it's actually more expensive for me to... Oh, this is so weird. Why is the fuel station on the left? I mean, I know why it's on the left, but it's so odd. What the hell, man? Losers. Those guys crashed as well. No, for what it's worth, I went to visit my friend, you know, my Kiwi friend, and some friends from, like, the UK, you know? And we were hanging out in London, you know? I was sleeping over at his place on the ground, actually, because he didn't have a second mattress or sofa or anything like that. And, you know, he was getting ready to move out and stuff. Anyway, so ended up visiting him. And on the first day there, like, on the first night, we went to Nando's, which is apparently a very British thing. It's a place that serves only chicken. And they've got a wide range of sauces, which are very, very, like, they go from mild to super super mild. And on the other side of the spectrum, you've got spicy, kind of spicy, a bit spicier, and very spicy, you know? And I say it like that because I eat a lot of spicy food. And so I had their peri-peri spicy hot sauce, whatever. It's like the hottest thing they've got, you know? And I tried dipping my chicken into my butterfly chicken into this peri-peri sauce, you know? Oh, that truck is taking over. I should let them pass. Or should I? Haha! There's another truck coming in. Screw you. No one overtakes my truck. I guess. That was pretty rude of me, actually, that I didn't realize that and slow it down a bit more, you know? Oh well, missed chances. Oh, look at that quaint little town over there. Anyway, so what ended up happening was that my chicken slid off my... The most important part of our journey is ensuring we're not overtaken. Yeah, definitely. It's a little... Yeah, it feels so weird because, like, in Germany, it's illegal to overtake someone from the right, you know? So that person's, like, illegaling. How dare you illegal me again? Just honk at them, you know? Fucking police breaking the laws? Not under my watch. I'm gonna catch up to them. Why is the speed limit 97? What in the world is that? Just make it 100 already. Stupid Brits. No, but so my chicken slid off my fork and nosedived into... Wait, for real? What do you mean? No, I'm kidding, of course. You know, it's 97 over here, probably because of miles per hour or something like that. And, you know, that is so odd. Do they use miles? I mean, they have feet and stuff, right? And I'm 6'4", which is such a weird measurement unit. You know, people really have a foot fetish. Oh, the jokes are gonna only keep getting worse, you know? 80. It's a tunnel. Everyone, when we get into the tunnel, we say... What do we say out in the tunnel? I don't know, my siblings and I always used to say... Tunnel! Come on And then we would laugh so much. I don't know why. My siblings and I just find it so funny as kids. I don't know. It's the cutest thing ever. Just imagine my, like, 3-year-old brothers, twins, by the way, really fat at the time, you know? Because kids are like that, you know, they're just built different. They turn fat when when they grow up, and then they turn tall all of a sudden, you know? I find it so funny when, not fat, but like chubby, you know? Chubby little boogers, you know? 3 cheese high. Anyway, so we just used to do that all the time. It was, my father would always start it, like, just by going, oh, and then we would all say, tunnel, until the end of a tunnel. Anyhow, so my chicken fell into the pity. Am I supposed to not use my headlight? Do you get fined in pounds? Joke's on you, I don't use that currency. Southampton? Plymouth. Plymouth. We're going to Plymouth. I think it's called Plymouth. You know what? It's super weird to drive on the left, so I'm gonna keep going on the right. Take that, Imperial scum. No, oh, this is really pretty, man. Either way, so my chicken was slathered in the hottest sauce that Nando's had to offer, you know? And I just ate it like normal, and it was kind of spicy, but like not super spicy. Like, it was enjoyable, but like, I expected more, you know? But my friends were super shocked, you know? And then on the next day, one of my friends, you know, Josh, he had to, he had to work, you know, still at Vodafone. And so, because of that, what ended up happening was that I was free to just go wherever I wanna, you know? Just go to all the tourist spots, because you're not gonna take me to all, like, the museums and shit, you know? So for the first day, he basically showed me how to get to London. Because, like, from South Kensington, we basically had to go take, like, the tube, and I hate taking the metro. It's, like, so weird. I don't like it. Not a huge fan of it. In Germany as well, you know, it's like, I don't like the sounds it makes, you know? Might be a neurospicy thing. But either way, so what ended up happening was that, like, in London, we departed, you know, like, no, we didn't die. We split ways. He went to work, and I went to the Natural Science Museum, which was really fun. I really liked it. Like, it was super enjoyable. Such a cool experience as well. Like, they have a huge flying, like, water dinosaur, you know? I don't know what it's called, like, but they had this huge, like a whale, but like with fins, like with more than 2 fins, you know? Main fins, you know? Like, it has legs. And that thing was, like, the skeleton of that was just hanging, just hanging out in the middle of a museum, you know? And they had, like, a cool, like, telescope room, you know, like an observation room, you know? Which was nice. My arm is itching. My upper left arm is itching, you know? And I don't know what to do about it, because I'm currently driving. You know, I'm driving. Anyhow, so what ended up happening was that I went, like, you know, I went to that museum. I went to, like, 3 art museums, which were really cool because I got to look at a lot of, I got to... Okay, I'll just turn on the headlights, you know? I assume those are the ones that I'm supposed to turn on. Southampton, London, Plymouth. Anyways, so that museum was super cool, you know? I really liked that, you know? One of the best museums I've ever been to, actually. And it was huge as well, you know? It was... What was kind of rough, though? Oh, the sign said 50, but actually it means 80, so it's probably in miles per hour. Oh, that's so confusing. Holy shit. So we can still go 80 here. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to go this way. Plymouth, Cardiff. I assume it's Plymouth and not Plymouth. And went to some art museums, which were also really, really pretty. Like, I really liked looking at the art. One of them had a Dürer exhibit, and not Rembrandt? Was it Rembrandt? I think so. I love Friedrich Dürer, you know? He's like a German painter, you know? And I was like super impressed that they had someone of like, well, it wasn't like just Dürer, but like they had Dürer like depicted over there. And I thought that was super cool. Like, what the hell, man? You know, not even German museums really show Dürer any love, you know? So I was very happy to see that. You know? Street. Now it's 48. Yeah, it's got to be miles per hour or something. Where do you need it? Proceed to unloading area. There's shit lying on the ground. So yeah, I got to check out a lot of cool art. I went to Buckingham Palace. Which was kind of nice to see. Where else did I go? Went to St. James Park. Oh man, St. James Park was so beautiful. I got to feed squirrels. Oh, close. I think we're a bit off. Yeah, no, we're right. Look at us go. Ah, perfection. Oh, oh. Come on, just a smidge. Driven distance 277 kilometers, took us 7 hours, consumed a lot of fuel, you know. Base reward is that, proficiency bonus, ADR delivery bonus, nice. Trailer maneuvering bonus, nice. Damage penalty, that's a bit rough, lost some experience on that, and money. But, totally we made like 7,000, which is good. Because we lost a lot of money, to be fair. And we got 389 experience for that, which is great. Do we have anything in the area? Low bed semi-trailers. Grimsby. There we go. We can deliver sugar. I don't think if I deliver this, there's going to be too much sugar in Grimsby since our chat is so sweet today. Something along those lines. I don't know. We can do that in a moment. But first, I want to take a little break here to grab some more coffee. I'll see you in a bit. Please take care of yourself before my check if needed. Thanks a lot to everyone spinning out today. I will actually probably. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll be live again tomorrow. Actually, for one last time for the new, before the new year, since I'll be visiting my family starting on Tuesday. I'm just gonna go to the doctor tomorrow because my back's been hurting quite badly for the past few weeks. It's always like a few days after my shift, and I don't think that's good. But to finish my thought from earlier, yeah, I did go to a lot of tourist spots, and like somewhere around where Big Ben is, and I know its name is not Big Ben, but you know what I mean. Somewhere around there, I was crossing a street, you know, and I was looking the right way because cars are supposed to come from the right, and nearly got run over by a very, very fast car, you know. And as it turns out, like, yeah, cars come from the left, even in one-way streets, you know? And that was like a shocker. Like, I was not prepared for that. Nearly got run over there. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Please take care, and I'll see you momentarily. Well. Okay. Hello. Sorry. I had to quickly take another call. Because, wait a minute. Actually can't go through here, never mind. So yeah, on Wednesday apparently we're gonna visit my aunt in the Netherlands. And as a result, we'll probably stay there for quite a while. At least until like New Year's. Freight market? Ooh, Liverpool. I guess I didn't take a job earlier. Proceed to the loading area. Liverpool! Didn't they have that one very, very popular... I love that our previous job's propane tank is over there, by the way. Well, like, Liverpool has like a soccer team that is sort of famous, right? Oh, no. Should be good. Bum 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 bum. And off we go. I'm not even sure what we're transporting. Oh boy. He's driving on the wrong side of the road. I wanted to say, but I don't remember it. Right, we're in the UK. Never mind. But yeah, I nearly got run over in the UK when I was in London for the very first time. It was really, really confusing for me. And then someone told me, yo, you're not from around here, right? I think it was, you're not from around here, ain't ya? It was like, ain't ya is such a nice thing to say. It sounds kind of fun. Oh, like, you know, no, I'm from Germany. We went to a stand-up comedy show. We went to some non-touristy spots and the Golden Gate Bridge. Or was it called Golden Gate Bridge? I'm not sure. Maybe that's America. We went to some bridge, some huge bridge, you know, with like a bus, with one of those double-decker buses. Because those are kind of rare over here, you know? Also so crowded and really annoying because like the doors open very, very briefly, you know? And then they like, it takes very little time until they like leave, you know? So if the door closes, you're just screwed, you know? Oh boy. I didn't have to take that turn with that speed, but hey, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. So what ended up happening was like basically like just we went into a lot of places and then we went to this one comedy show and there was, I don't remember any of the comedians, like stand-up comedians there, that, like, back then, like, crowd work wasn't that much of a thing, you know? So, like, it was 2019, you know? And we had, like, a bunch of different comedians there appearing, you know? A bunch of them from the UK. One of them was from Australia. And they all spoke with such wonderful accents, and I didn't understand half of the jokes that were being told, you know? Especially because of local references, you know, that I just don't really get over here, you know? It was like one joke about like an Aussie. And the Aussie was telling, you know? And the Aussie was telling this joke about how like the water is different. Like the taps work differently in Australia. Meaning you have like cold water, you know, on one tap and hot water on the other. And you basically have to mix and match it until it is hot enough or cold enough, you know, I guess, for you. So that's cool. But as it, you know, but like as you try stuff, it's gonna be always like too hot for a while. So it's gonna be, you know, you're standing there in front of the, in the bathroom and you just go the whole time because like you burn your hands, you know. That was like sort of a joke, you know. And at some point he basically said that if you're not looking, it makes it sound as if you're in the bathroom with Ted Bundy, or not Bundy, it's like Ted something, you know, who is apparently some criminal that was like very well known in the news in the UK and Australia, mostly because he was like a child predator. And as like I didn't understand the joke. Everyone was like, oh, and some people were laughing and stuff, you know. It was really funny. But I just didn't understand the joke, you know, because I didn't know who that person was supposed to be. And like at one point he asked like if there's any Germans in the show, you know, because like he told a joke at one point, you know, like about destiny and fate and stuff, you know. And it was like, so he once helped a grandma who fell down, you know, and he helped her up because it's a nice thing to do, you know, and he was really concerned about her and stuff. And then she said, thank you, chap. And a few steps later, she steps onto a frog. And so he came to a realization, had he not helped that lady, the frog would have gotten to live. So he pushed her into the hedge. And then he said, like, are there any Germans around? And he's like, I didn't understand it in his thick, like, Australian accent, you know. I didn't understand. Oh, we're getting tired. We need to get to a rest stop. Because there's going to be signs of fatigue soon enough, you know. Anyhow, so I basically, like, he basically asked that, and I didn't get to raise my hand in time because he already moved on, you know. Oh, it's for the better, he said. So one time he told that joke at a show, and there was this German guy who raised his hand all of a sudden and said, excuse me, which is a very, very polite way of interrupting the show very impolitely, you know? He said. And so, excuse me, I have a question. I said, yeah, I can tell you have a question because you're the only one. Getting tired. You should find a parking place to rest. Oh, it's getting dimmer and stuff as well. So he said, excuse me, why did you push the lady into the hedge? That's not funny. And so the comedian said, that wasn't funny? And he said, no, that's not funny. I'll tell you what's funny. When you drive with your dog and then roll down the window, and the dog puts out his He basically said, and the dog sticks out his head out of the window and goes with the tongue like this. Like he was basically mimicking like a dog stretch, like, you know, having the tongue out, you know, in the wind, you know? That is really funny. And if you're in the UK, it looks like the dog is driving. And that was the joke. That was the end of his set, you know? The end of his whole set, like, it went from, like, joking about Australia and Australian child predators and all sorts of stuff. It was very dark in places, you know? Hold up. And it's such a shame that I didn't hear or like don't remember like all of his jokes, because they were really funny for the most part. Like the ones I understood were great, but there was this one joke, like, you know, that he ended on, and it was about fucking Germans, you know. And I'm really, really glad that I didn't catch like the question, because like, if I had raised my hand there, like, what would I, with my broken, at the time, very, very broken English, you know, have to say for myself, you know? Like, you know? Like, I don't know, he would have probably asked, like, how did you find the joke about the lady and the frog? And I was like, I would have said, like, it's very, very funny and stuff. And well, that's not great. But the police can't stop me. Luckily, this road is blocked. It's probably blocked for a reason. Oh. It's probably blocked for a reason. Nice, we've got the whole thing for us, so I can just drive in the middle of a road. Because why wouldn't I, you know? This whole street, it belongs to me. And there's a rest stop over here. I'll be the only one at the rest stop, you know? Anyway, so, like, what would he, like, I don't know what he would have said to me or anything like that, but it probably wouldn't have gone great. Diesel price, leaders. Wait a minute. Did I have to pay or not? No idea. Okay, let's rest some. I don't know what would have happened, you know, if I had caught it, you know? if I had caught what he wanted, and if I had raised my hand, you know? Like, sometimes I wonder if he would have asked me for a funny joke, because I'm really bad at those, you know? I only know really bad, like, dad humor and stuff. Stuff like, oh, at the German Coast Guard, there's a message coming in from an English ship, you know? And they're like, we're sinking. And so the German Coast Guard's like, what are you thinking about? Or, why did the nearly blind man fall into the well? He didn't see that well. Man, wouldn't that have been terrible? Like, imagine if I had told that joke to a full room in my very heavy German accent with my very broken, like at the time it wasn't great. My English wasn't great, you know, like in 2019. Like, I'm not saying that it's great now. It's just like, you know, it's a little bit better, you know? Oh, tunnel. I'm gonna stay on the sort of right lane because the sign said Liverpool is on the right. But maybe I don't have the need to do that. Never mind. Swansea is on the left. Like the play. Like the ballet thing. Like, I don't know what I would have done then, you know? Like, would that have been the joke I would have gone for? By the way, that car over there is driving on the right the whole time. Like that yellow car. You see? Like, I'm wondering, is that normal? Am I supposed to go on the right lane? Right, we're speeding. I don't know, like, sometimes I wonder what would have been the joke that I would have told then, you know? I've got some terrible jokes, to be fair, you know? Like, I got some truly bad jokes, you know? But also some actually really bad jokes that are like, you know, dark. But most of the jokes that I know are like two-liners or one-liners, you know? And those aren't really great. So I'm kind of glad that I never will know what would have happened. Like, that comedian would have destroyed me. Like, he would have made the whole room laugh at the cost of myself, you know? At the cost of my enjoyment of the show. Liverpool is on the left this time around. Fantastic. Nobody on the right, so we're gonna go ahead and stake to the middle. Liverpool. Liverpool is only 78 kilometers away. So at the current speed, we should make it within an hour. There's probably miles, though. It's at 78 miles. Probably. In which case, yeah, it's an hour and 30, according to the thing. I assume we're going uphill because, oh, I just stopped my engine by accident. That was kind of dangerous. Because we kept going straight ahead, you know? I love that panorama mode. It's so funny. Earlier when we crashed, I should have flipped to that real quick. It's the first time I ever crashed, to be fair. You know, like crashed. It's really cool, you know, when you drive on the strip, it makes a little sense. It's nice. We're just moving on. So something I'm very, very excited about next year is to clarify, like, we're probably gonna stream again tomorrow. I'll leave for my parents' place, on Tuesday. So, like, we've got one more day of streams, I guess. And we might do even art stream or some more Trash Goblin or something. Because I low-key want to get the final achievement in Trash Goblin. Before I leave. But we'll see how that goes. That said, slow down a little bit to a nice and easy 69 kilometers per hour. I'm gonna stay on the left here, since the road's gonna split again. We're actually nearly there. Only 20 minutes away. Like 20 kilometers. Rather. It's like the minutes in game don't translate too well to everything else. But oh well. But yeah, tomorrow we're probably gonna do another yapping and chilling and cozy game, stuff stream. So that's gonna be fun. Okay, gonna go at a nice and easy 60 kilometers per hour. Honestly, we're gonna slow down a little bit more. Because this curve is mean. The hell? Like, we can go a bit faster within the curve. It's just like leaning into the curve, we should probably be a bit careful. But yeah, what I wanted to say was, like, in the next year, like, I'm looking forward to sort of having a theme, with the games we're playing. Like, sort of retro, adjacent, some indie game playthroughs. Especially, like, we're gonna be doing some one-shots. So that's gonna be fun. We've got a handbrake in there. Great. Beyond that, there's going to be a lot of lore. There's going to be my debut stream for the new model once I finish that up. E-Acres. Where do you need it? Oh, that's nice and easy. Oh, never mind. There's something in front of it. We can still... go over here. Gonna go a bit more to the left. And then nail it, I assume. Bit more to the right. Nice. Parking challenge, achievement, experience beats all achievement. Yeah, making progress there. We got the base reward for the 408 kilometers. That's 2,698 euros, as well as 408 experience. Proficiency bonus level 5, 157 euros added to that. Long distance delivery bonus, skill rank 2, plus 104 euros, as well as 102 experience. Urgent delivery bonus, skill rank 1, 62 euros and 81 experience, as well as a trailer maneuvering bonus, another 40 experience. So we made a total of 3,021 euros, as well as 631 experience. Continue. Did we get a level up? We did get a level up. Just in time delivery. Eco driving. Fragile cargo. High reward at rank 1. And 22% bonus. No, 20% experience bonus for delivering a fragile cargo. We could alternatively get the ADR stuff. What does ADR stand for? We've got explosives unlocked, gases, flammable liquids, flammable solids, toxic and infectious substances, as well as corrosive substances. I feel like this is pretty nice. Flammable liquids would include very common but also very dangerous fuels such as petrol, diesel, or kerosene. That said, I like the idea of going long distance. What's our money situation like? Price per distance. $16 tons of boric acid. The price isn't great, but we go to London and unlock London as an area, which is nice. And I think for that matter, I'll take the job. 6,801 euros as a reward. It's not great, but it's still better than nothing. Although we can go to the freight market as well. Price per distance. Ooh, this is nice. But we would have to make our way there. If I go from Liverpool though, I can go with this one, boric acid. Never mind. Let's see, F6. External contracts. Edit profile and connect it to... I don't want to create a new account. Not a fan of that. Freight market. Liverpool to Sheffield. Deliver milk. Also, but then again, this over here gives us more money. I'll take that. Apples. Here we go. Coupling. And off we go. Delivering apples. Just like just like Eris who delivered a golden apple, you know. Oh, I just realized how to look around. There we go. Much more immersive because we can now actually look around. Okay, the mirror on the right is a bit difficult to access from this way, you know? So what I will do is... I should have probably adjusted the mirrors at one point, you know? There we go. Easy peasy. I think we adjusted our field of view accordingly in a good way. It's kind of weird because like now it's weird in all sorts of... It's like, it's not what I'm used to, you know? Either way, next year we're gonna have a bit more of a theme of sorts, you know? 2 games that we're playing, and it's gonna be fun, I reckon. I will probably stick around to playing RPGs for a good while. I'm gonna go and rest up a little bit before we take on the rest of the job. Is this not where I'm supposed to rest? Weird. Gonna rest up a little bit. And off we go. Fully rested, and also I like driving in the night more in this game. Not RL. Like if I drive RL, I will... there's like a point in, like, if I drive like anything above 60 kilometers per hour, for instance, I've realized that I start seeing badly, you know? Like, I'm not... Like, I have night blindness. Which is a bit of a problem, you know? So, like, signs and stuff end up, like, just dealing psychological damage to me. As I, you know, go about my day. It's just not great, you know, driving at night for me. I've gotten better at it at one point, but like eventually it just becomes a bit too much, you know? So like driving at night becomes nigh impossible if I want to pay attention to the signs and stuff, you know? Or unless of course I have like a co-driver that can tell me which routes to take, what the speed limit is, etc. Which nowadays navigation, I guess, is a thing. And it does that pretty well. But like, it becomes a bit difficult for me to see stuff while I'm driving at relatively high speeds. So, yeah. Anyways, we're most likely gonna do just this job, then maybe take another break and possibly switch to some more Trash Goblin because I like that game so much. And I also like this game, of course, but I can only do so much driving. I feel like for shorter streams, this is great, though. Like, you can nail, like, one or two jobs, you know, just relatively easily in, like, an hour or two. Or 3 or something. And then just stop it at any point in time, which is cool. Same with art streams. Like with art streams, I can just go about like I love Trash Goblin for that same reason though as well. The Trash Goblin, however, also has story beats to it, you know, which this game doesn't, to be absolutely fair. What I wanted to say though was that essentially we will do more art streams because I really have been enjoying those, and like we kind of have been not doing as many of those as I wanted to these past couple months, which has been a bit of a struggle. Like, I don't know, for me it has been a bit of a struggle because like some at times, you know, my skills just end up getting rusty, and I do want to get better at drawing and stuff, especially emotes and stuff. It's been very, very enjoyable, but I also want to get better at like backgrounds and animation and whatnot. Like we'll be animating our emote, like our alerts, you know, will be various alerts and stuff in place that will be quite fun. To have like a skelly hand waving when someone follows, or like raiders actually appearing on the screen, you know? Wait, I have to go straight? Guess we have to go straight? I thought we had to take a turn there. Oops. Glad I spotted that we didn't have to do that at all. Right, in the direction of Birmingham. Direction of Cardiff now. I'm gonna slow down to 60 kilometers per hour roughly. Well, now 50. A truck went a lot slower than I expected it to. But maybe that's just how you're supposed to drive, and I just haven't been doing that exactly. No cars on our left. Southwest South Wales, Bristol and Plymouth are somewhere in this direction. Or the roads there, at least, you know. Just like how pronunciation doesn't seem to matter at all when it comes to city names, signs also don't matter all that much often. It's like the roads go this way, and sometimes you just take weird turns, you know, and suddenly you're somewhere else. Entirely. Which is like, the issue that I have with the navigation in this game is like the same I've had in navigation IRL. Offline, you know, like when you just, in real life, you know, it sometimes is a bit hard to tell like when you're supposed to take a turn, or like, oh, you just go to the right this time and then take a turn on the next one, you know? And sometimes audio cues also have been kind of like, oh yeah, like 100 meters ahead it just says, yeah, like turn a right, and you're like, okay, I'll do it, and then you're supposed to take it like in 100 meters, you know. and it's like either too late and you miss the thing, or you, because they said it's all of a sudden, the announcer said it all of a sudden, like the navigation makes you think that you have to take a turn immediately, and then you do, and then it was wrong. And it's happened to me way too many times, and I hated it. Like, especially like 2016-ish, you know, when I started driving a lot. It was not a good time, like 2016 and 17. I ended up taking wrong turns all the time on the Autobahn, and it just cost me time and money because of fuel costs and stuff like that. On top of that, vehicle wear is also like a thing. Oh no. Oops. I keep accidentally hitting the E button. Oh no, don't do that. Don't do radio. There's a reason we're playing our own music. Something I find very, very enjoyable is whenever people that raid in with other people that they came from, like whose streams they came from. Like, I find it very, very enjoyable when they use other people's emos, and then I realize, oh wait, this person is also connected to that bubble, you know? It makes me, like, you know, kind of happy, you know, because then it's like, we went full circle. Like, specifically today, you know, like, I'm not calling out Locus or anything like that, but like in using one of Kiri's emotes, and I'm like, oh, Kiri knows someone who also is in Chaos community, who I know through Fed, who I know through, I don't know where. But it's always kind of funny to see, like, oh yeah, that circle is also, like, Fed's circle is kind of connected to Kiri's circle, you know, which is through Arch and other people, like, connected to all those RimWorld streamers I used to watch, and it's really fun. Like, I'm a big fan of that. We're not gonna do the tunnel thing. Alright, overtake that person. That car. Rather, we don't know if there's a person inside. You know, I've read some some news, like, headlines recently about cars. Like, autonomous driving and stuff, you know. Autonomous cars committing felonies. You know, like, running over, like, a red light, or speeding, you know, or causing accidents. And then the police stops those cars, and there's nobody inside. It's, like, super weird. Like, who then ends up, like, having a problem, you know? Because, like, with taxi drivers, you know, it's not the company, but, like, the taxi driver that gets, actually, like, turned, like, you know, who gets charged with a crime, you know? Because they broke the law and stuff, you know? And so, oh, but like with Uber as well, like, it's the driver's fault, not the company's fault, you know? So it would, like, the president would say, like, the person that drove the car is at fault. But in the case of autonomous drivers, which is like also like a whole thing with like Uber, because they have so many regulations in place to basically not have to admit that their drivers are employees. It's really kind of fucked, you know? Either way, as it like turns out, like there's still no laws in place for autonomous driving, but like in my opinion, like the precedent says that like the autonomous, for the precedent, it would be the drivers would be at fault. But like since there is no driver, there's no one to be held responsible for the crimes, and as such, in that case, the company should be held at fault, you know, accountable for I guess we're not supposed to go straight to the left. Thought we're going to London. Maybe we're not going to London after all. Where are we going? What is happening? Oh no, we're going to Plymouth. Well, never mind. Anyway, so what ends up happening sort of is like you are in a situation where nobody can be held accountable. So in my opinion, the company should be held accountable because autonomous driving should follow the laws that humans have in place, you know, because it's a car. Like the laws are not for humans or robots. No, the laws are for any like motorized vehicles that are in like that are making use of the public streets, you know, and as such, they have to follow the laws. So naturally, the company should get fined, you know, for that. But apparently, there's no laws in place, and because of that, all those companies just can use autonomous driving. I say all those as if there's more than like one or two, but like, you know, like those any company that does like autonomous driving should 100% get held accountable for any traffic violations, traffic law violations, you know? Like all those citations and fines and stuff, you know, need to go to those companies. Right? Like in my opinion, that would make a lot of sense. But like for whatever reason, it's not the case at all. And there will always be people like, well, then people like AI should also have copyright for AI-generated art. And I'm like, no, that's not the same case. It's like there's copyright laws and everything. And copyright laws specify that only humans can hold copyright, you know? The person that enters a prompt doesn't do enough to warrant having the rights to an artwork, right? And the company certainly like is if anything, they're like the whatever company one uses for this, they'll be like Journey or Midway or whatever, you know. It's like if whatever artwork it uses as database, you know, has copyright, and they're basically terminating that, putting it through the shredder, then piecing it together, and suddenly you have something new, but it's not actually transformative because an algorithm just mashes its head against it until it works out, you know? In which case, one can hardly speak of artistic merit and or intellectual property, you know? Because it's not like the company says, oh, you can only make these things, you know? And AI is not human. As a result, like, it shouldn't be able to hold copyright, you know? Probably should slow down a little bit. That truck wanted to overtake me. Now you can't because I'm driving in the middle of a road. And I also sped up. I only later realized, though, like after speeding up, that there is a truck trying to overtake me. You know, it wasn't. It wasn't like I was trying to do that. Oh boy, I would have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for that pesky police car, the meddling police car, you know? Crash vehicle offense? Like, that car is at fault. Like, they tried to overtake me. Oh, that was super expensive, though. Like, 650. I didn't even see it until it was too late. Like, you know, I was like, oh shit, that car is, that police car is, like, behind me. Oops. Okay, Plymouth is this way, so we'll stay in the middle. A30. Ah, there was a truck in front of me. I saw lights over there. I was like, what the hell is that? A38. Plymouth is this way. Oh, it feels so taboo and forbidden and everything, you know. But I'm literally trying to overtake this car. This truck over here. From the right. It's not working out for me whatsoever. Let me through! Crash vehicle offense? What do you mean? Oh, it's the second time. So unfortunate. Nice, we finally overtook him. We're also nearly there. It's only 20 more kilometers. I feel so slow now. What does it say? Average speed check. Plymouth. Or perhaps Plymouth. Who knows? Maybe it is Plymouth. I've just heard people say Plymouth, but maybe it is, after all, Plymouth. Plymouth discovered. I was afraid I might be blocking the road a bit to the right, so I figured, hey, I'll take the left. I'll go back off a little bit. Are you serious? I'm nearly there. Chill out, chill out, chill out. It's fine. Okay, there's no cars on the right. Nice. V-bonus experience would be nice, so I'm gonna go with this. Just gonna go very, very slowly. Or... oh, look at that. That's nearly perfect. Now that's actually perfect. This should be great. Pachi. Driven distance is 466 kilometers. Time taken is 15 hours. Fuel consumed is 230 liters. Base reward is 466. Plus, it's 749 euros. Base reward is 8,931 euros. Plus 749 euros for the proficiency bonus. Plus 416 euros for the long distance delivery bonus. And 249 euros for the urgent delivery bonus. Beyond that, we got 466 experience plus 116 plus 93 plus 90 respectively for the base reward, long distance delivery, urgent delivery, and the trailer maneuvering. For a total of 10,345 euros, as well as 765 experience. And we can continue and actually assign another level up. Right here we can get to up to 2,500 kilometers. We get a higher reward for delivery distances longer than 1,600 kilometers, which is pretty nice. I do believe getting long distance bonus up is going to be very, very good. High value jobs could be nice. Fragile as well there. We gain like more experience and money for both of those, I reckon. I'm going to increase the fragile cargo rank by 1, unlocking it in the first place. And then if we look for jobs from here, from Southampton and stuff, these Plymouth, truck batteries. In Lotus, livestock. Water tanks, large tubes, concrete centering. If we go with something that's fragile, no. Something that's high value, no. ADR. Ooh-wee. Anhydrous ammonia goes to Rotterdam. It's 23,000 for that job. Actually, that is the highest one. And we get a new place in the Netherlands. I'm going to take a break. And then we'll just take on that job as well. I feel like it's going to be pretty fun. Not only dealing with anhydrous ammonia, but also going to the Netherlands, leaving this cursed place that has... Oh, Aberdeen is up there. Oh, Glasgow, Newcastle upon Tyne, Carlisle, Manchester, Sheffield, Grimsby, Cambridge, UK, Felixstowe, London, Cardiff, Swansea. If we take this, we might actually discover London alongside Dover. How much is there, you know? Cost of us here, you know, POG game. What the fuck was that sound? Yeah. I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna take a new job in a moment. Before that, I'm gonna take another break. I'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself. Perform a magic if needed. Thanks a lot to everyone who's been hanging out today. It's been a fantastic time so far. And I'll see you in a bit. Alrighty, we're back again. And the music just stopped at exactly that spot. Let's go with some indie rock. A little bit. A little bit of indie rock. You know, might as well go with a little bit of indie rock, you know. We're gonna take this job right here for the anhydrous ammonia. And just see how it goes. Oh, it's not a job where we have our thing. Oh, this is so weird. The wheel is on the wrong side. I thought this would be a job with our truck, but no, it's a job with another company's truck. Can I turn around here? Oh, I backed myself into a corner, didn't I? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's fine. Look. I didn't see that car at all. Or that one for that matter, you know. Oof. Give way, it says. Sure. Crash vehicle offense, what do you mean? I didn't crash no vehicle. They crashed into me. It's so weird seeing stuff. Let's see. 900 kilometers. It's gonna be a fun one. But we'll get to take the chew again across the canal. Unless there's a tunnel. I don't think there's a tunnel there, right? Birmingham and Cambridge over that way. Alright, we'll just have to take the road here. But yeah, next year I plan on doing like more indie one-shots of sorts, where we just play through a game in one go. I'm looking forward to doing a lot of shorter streams for that, like a bit longer streams rather, you know, like having like 7-hour VODs or something like that I can just instantly upload. It would be cool if I could then also try and edit a playthrough, you know? Like edit through a playthrough, and like a playthrough into a video that we can just upload somewhere. Would be good. I still have a bunch of VODs as well that I wanted to edit together, including the Mage Seeker playthrough that we've done a while ago, as well as the playthrough of Shadow of the Colossus that we've done ages ago and stuff. Would be nice to just have that somewhere, you know, saved. So that's like sort of a plan that I have for the near future. Well, 'cause I wanna get off with you. Stop the world, 'cause I wanna get out. That car slowed down so fast. Like, what the fuck? What the heck? Oh man, this is so weird. Like, having the wheel on the right side. I guess this is the true experience. It's just like my game is mirrored, basically. It at least feels that way. Alrighty. But over the next few days, I do intend on, like, I don't know, I have to survive being at my aunt's for a while. Cause like my family on my mother's side is kind of odd, like some of them, you know? This used to be like my favorite aunt, kind of, you know? Like I used to hang out so much at her, with her and at her place and stuff. And then eventually stuff kind of changed at some point, you know? And it got a bit weird because like she's on the outside, she's like super friendly and welcoming and everything. But she's kind of a bigot, like more so than like most of my other relatives, you know? In a way, it's scary. Like she's, and it feels like performative, not as in like she doesn't mean it, but more so in a kind of she's like she feels good about being better than others kind of way, you know? You know, like feeling morally superior because she prays or something, you know, and it's cool that she feels good about herself, you know. It's like great. It's just that whole Vishtik, you know. And she likes to yap, like not like gossip, you know. She likes to gossip, let's say it like that, you know. And talks about people and everything behind her back, you know, which is something that sadly a lot of like I believe like it's in my parents' generation, you know, a lot of women especially like to do that. Like, you know, they'll be nice and everything on the like while visiting someone, and then on the way back they'll talk to their husbands about it. And their husbands are like, if you don't like it, we don't have to go there. Like, what do you want? You know? It feels really weird. And like, I kind of get it. Like, my father's attitude towards that topic is, towards like gossip and stuff is very much, like, I don't know. Like, I find it weird. It's like just let people do their thing, and if you don't like hanging out with them, hang out with someone else, right? We're gonna align with London over here. It takes some time getting used to this. But yeah, like my aunt is kind of like that, you know? And she prays a lot, you know, and they're like super religious in the family, which is cool, but also it should be everyone's personal thing, faith, you know, like what people do in a hometown, like in their own four walls and whatnot shouldn't be like the issue. So the fact that I don't know how to pray, like, beyond the prayers I do, you know? Like, I do, like, it's like a light prayer, you know? It's like a small one, you know? Before I sleep and after I wake, you know? And that shouldn't be, like, their business, you know, whether I can do that better, you know, like, do the full prayers and everything, you know? And in fact, I do believe that I do want to learn how to pray eventually, but I also do want to learn Arabic before that. I would love to understand actually what I'm praying for and how I am praying and stuff, you know? And I think it's much, much better and much, much more important actually that you pray and actually are, like, that you actually understand what you're saying, you know, rather than just how do I put it, like saying the things, you know. Just gonna like, turn it up a bit on my end. I do believe that there's more of a merit in, like, not just merit, like, as in, like, you know, if you're religious and everything, cool. But I do think it's weird in a way, you know, to take such pride in being to memorize a prayer, you know, but not really understanding what the prayer is about or what the words mean, you know? Like, if you take, if you put so much effort into learning something, wouldn't you want to also like understand the thing, you know? Like be not just well versed, you know, in the practice of your faith, but also in the meaning of your faith, you know? I believe that's a much, much better and bigger thing, you know? And that's something that irks me a ton with my aunt, you know? Like, she tries to push it onto others, but doesn't really do it herself correctly. In my opinion, like, doing it half-heartedly like I am, you know? Well, I am, like, spiritual, you know? I believe in God, you know? And if other people don't, you know, that's totally fine. By the way, oh shit, we should, we can't, we take the turn. Oh, wait, maybe we could have actually. Maybe we could have just whipped, okay. Maybe it wouldn't have been that big of a deal after all. But like, you know, I don't practice my faith as much as others do. And that's fine. I don't fast, for instance, because of health issues and stuff, and it's fine. Also, I'm a student, also I work, you know? It's like understandable. I don't do donations because I don't have much left over, and hence I can't. But like, the donations are also not required of you. Like, you just do them if you have, you know? And that's like sort of, I apply that to everything. I do it if I can, you know, but like, at the moment, I can't afford to do 5 prayers a day. Also, I do like to drink, and I don't think, like different parts of the faith say you can't drink, for instance, you know? But others say you can't do bad things. And as long as you're not, or like you can't get drunk, you know? Or like, it's fine as long as you don't do bad things, as long as you don't sin while you're drinking, you know? I'll know that a lot of people will say, oh yeah, I've been drunk, I said something I shouldn't have, or whatever. But it's not actually how stuff works, in my opinion. Hence, like, I don't excuse anything by saying, oh yeah, I was drunk or whatever, you know. No, if I did something, you know, I apologize because I did it, and not because I was drunk. It feels like the easy way out, you know? Anyways, back to my aunt. So I don't pray like 5 times a day, and I don't fast every year. And also, I don't agree with a lot of things that are in some scriptures, you know? And I think that's fine. Like, my faith should be just my thing. And just like how I believe that it's a personal thing, I also don't judge others for not understanding what they're praying, you know? Like, it's literally in a different language after all, you know? And it's a very different language from your mother tongue, you know? So my aunt is like, you know, she is very judgy. She's very judgy and pushes her faith onto others. But then she also is like, she pushes it on her others, but like, it feels like an act, you know? I don't know. Is a bit arrogant, perhaps, you know? Perhaps that's the best way of describing it. Is a bit arrogant about it, you know? A bit, you know, feels very, very good about that, you know? I don't like that. You know, I do realize that I'm gossiping right now, even though I criticize that, but like, I still like enjoy hanging out over there, but also, most of the time, like, I'm done after a day or so, you know?
God is mocking
Spa,
me.
you're first. Congrats, your bragging rights. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Spa, I'm actually going to the Netherlands on Wednesday. Ain't that cool? I don't know. I don't know if it's cool or not. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be there until New Year's or not. Oh wow, yeah. Like, we're gonna go to Leerdam. I'm not sure if Leerdam is like anywhere near you. What have you been up to? But yeah, basically, I was just talking about how I'll be going there and I'll have to survive a few days at my aunt's place. Given that, I don't quite like being around for too long, you know. I get drained very quickly because I don't spend much time with them. And her son is a thief as well, you know, which is like the other worry I have. So yeah, I'll have to survive over there. It's gonna be draining. It's gonna be somewhat taxing, I guess, you know, because like my aunt is difficult, you know, because like she pushes her faith onto others, and her husband is the same, you know. He's so happy to talk about his faith all the time, and then sometimes he disagrees with something that nobody talked about, you know, and then he starts talking about it in a very, very homophobic way, or transphobic stuff, or you know, it's just being a bigot, you know. It's very much not in line with a faith literally translating to peace, you know? Just let it be. Like, of course they're free to do that, you know, but I'm also, like, when we're there as guests, it just gets very, very annoying a lot of the time. You know? And I know it's gonna be annoying as well because their son, one of their sons is like, is married already. He's younger than me. And so it's gonna be like, there's gonna be those questions as well. Like, I'll get to know like his wife, and I will be like, yeah, cool. Anyways, it's gonna be. Oh, Dover. Oh, fuck me. Took some damage and also had to pay a fine, also got delayed. That's annoying. Anyway, so marriage is gonna come up, and finding a partner or some— oh fuck, we took more damage there because I keep forgetting that we're driving on the left. Marriage is gonna come up, and having to find a wife or something for me or whatever, and then if they have someone, it's gonna be someone super religious or something, probably super bigoted. Because they try to find people like themselves, I guess. I don't know. What they consider to be good is just the worst of the worst, you know? Like, again, I don't like with religion, you know, again, it's a very, very personal thing, I believe. And everyone should be able to practice however they want, you know, and whatever they want. And so if some people are like pagan, for instance, like my grandmother, that's great. I love that. And I think it's very, very cool to have something like that. It is different. Not like as in it's cool to have to be different, but rather it's cool to have a faith that is And like if one's partner, for instance, had like a different faith, that would be a good thing. But like for them, it would be like marrying an atheist or marrying like a Christian person, you know, they would be judgy about that, you know? And I don't like that. I don't like that. Like, oh, let people practice whatever religion they want. Like, I thought, well, you know, someone could be a Satanist and it doesn't matter. Right? It shouldn't matter. Just let people do their own thing, you know, it doesn't harm you or anything, right? But yeah, I like very judgy. And then education is gonna come up and how I'm still not done with studying, which is like annoying. It's gonna be like the same questions over and over again. And like, when are you gonna be finished? I'm like, I don't know. Hopefully soon. Hopefully it is, yeah. Which I've been saying for like the past 2 years. It's like, I'm very close to finishing. It's just like, sadly, taking a bit longer. You know? It's a whole thing. So yeah, seeing family again is going to be great, but also seeing family again is going to be very, very exhausting. Oh no, I just realized we'll have to go onto Dutch roads later with this vehicle here. And this vehicle here is UK shaped. Like, we'll have to drive on the right and our mirror is gonna be on the other side, you know? Oh, I didn't pay attention. Oh, no, no! Oh, fuck. It's gonna cost $700, man. Repairs are covered by my employer, it says. I hope that's true. The good thing is, there's a chance we might actually now be closer to where we had to go compared to before. The bad news is, it's gonna get docked from our pay. Oh. Can already go. Alrighty. I also get sort of tired and will need to get fuel, possibly, since we've still got 400 kilometers to go. But we're taking the Chew, I believe. Yep. Over boat? Yeah, it's over boat, I think. Not for Chew. Yeah, it's for ferry. Hmm. The trailer took more damage, man. I guess we'll get some rest. But yeah, I'll have to just sort of survive a few days, I guess. I'm not sure how long we're gonna stay at my aunt's place, but we'll definitely have to stay a few days at least. Since it's a long way away. Embark. Utilize a boat. Sardine achievement. Let's go. Successfully docked 4 to 5. I can't believe we crashed 2 times in one stream. There we go, it's getting late, so we're gonna turn on the headlights for this. Yeah, like that's one thing that kind of bothers me about my aunt. There is just like the whole like being pushy about religion, but also not really like, in my opinion, not actually practicing religion. Because like if she was, she wouldn't be so pushy about religion, you know? Like it's literally like not that hard, you know? Accepting others the way they are and not, you know. Her husband's like the same. Like most of the topics that like come up are just about that, you know. It's a bit annoying. Okay. Only got 400 kilometers to go. Hope they're not gonna dock my pay too much. All right. I don't know what that sign says because it's French. How dare. So weird. Why would it be in French? Nobody speaks that language. Now, I don't like some aspects of family, but also family is important. I think part of living with others is accepting others, you know? Being accepting. It's just there's a lot of little pet peeves I have with them and whatnot. At times it almost feels as if it's a contest of whose kids are less worse, you know, kind of, you know, as well. Like, that's something I've noticed over time as well. Like, they take a certain level of pride in, or not pride, but like, they do enjoy it when others are misbehaved. Fuck. When others are not, like, behaving well, you know, stuff like that, you know, or misspeaking, etc., etc., and they kind of enjoy that a lot more than they should, in my opinion, you know, as family. And that's even though they're not better themselves, you know. Like, as I mentioned, you know, one of their sons is honestly notorious for stealing, and they just believe everything or like don't do anything about it. Like, he once stole like a really big wad of cash, you know, from my brother, and a few days later this son somehow got himself a new bike, like a new bicycle, you know. Trailer damage. Oh, trailer's is receiving a lot of damage here. We have to be a bit careful. But yeah, no, it's like, so obvious. It would make a lot of sense, you know, that it's stolen, you know, like, where did that money come from? But like, nothing happened. Nothing. It wasn't like pursued or anything like that, because if it comes out, the son is the thief in the family, you know? And that's like a shame, you know? It's like, oh, that's the black sheep, sort of, you know? And because they don't pursue it, they don't ask him about it or anything like that, you know? It just gets shoved under the rug, you know? Swept under the rug. It's weird. You know? And that, on the other hand, creates tension, you know? The fact that it doesn't get, like, brought up or investigated at all and everything, you know? If it was, at least, if it had at least been brought up somewhere, you know? Like, my brothers said that happened, so I believed them. I am inclined to believe them, rather, because it would be a wild few coincidences, you know, like that the money went missing at one point when they came for a visit, and then a few days later he's got a new bicycle. And it's not the first time he's stolen something, you know, so it would make sense that he went through this stuff and found money and then got a new bicycle from it, you know? Like, it's a very weird coincidence, if it is a coincidence. very inclined to not believe in coincidences, you know? Like that, existing. It just doesn't really make sense to me, in my opinion, you know? Like, his parents just don't ask, I guess. Don't ask, don't tell. And that kind of attitude sucks. Oh, that's a police car. Only another 260 kilometers. Well, 266. It's 4 in the morning. All right. But yeah, like, I'm not a fan of that. Like, I believe personally that saving face comes after, like, using your morals. Like, or like, you know, finding stuff out. I'm not saying like that he's guilty by any means, you know. I'm like, just, it's a very weird coincidence. And if like nobody investigates that, you know, your own, as a parent, like your morals come under, like, you know, under fire, you know? Doesn't make sense, you know. If your son doesn't have a job and doesn't receive money other ways, you know, where does he get the money to get a new bicycle all of a sudden, you know? Like, if you don't know anything about that, then what have you done as a parent? Like, I feel like you failed somewhere, you know? And if there is some valid explanation, that's all the better, because it creates less tension and bad blood in the family overall, you know? But like, it's just something that sticks to mind, you know? It's like, if you don't even try to investigate that, you know, possibly out of fear for losing, out of fear of losing face, then you're just essentially contributing to the problem, you know? You're not, like, you're not saying that, like, you're not teaching anyone a lesson, you know? We're running out of fuel. Does this also have a gas station over here? It doesn't. Oh, we took some trailer damage. At 7% as well. That's like a pretty big increase right there. I didn't see that one at all because the headlights were not bright enough compared to everything, you know? Ah, 500 meters to the next petrol station. This is, by the way, something I've realized. It says 500 meters. Right here it says 200 meters. But like on our navigation it says that like that already 4 kilometers have passed ever since that. So either our navigation, our Navi essentially use the area line or something like that, in which case it would have to also like increase at times, you know? Either that, if your expenses are covered by your employer. Lovely. Because quite honestly, like, I don't want to go full, you know? No cars? Fantastic. No cars this way either. There's one on the other lane, you know, and that other truck is like gonna take a while to get here, so it's fine. Anyhow. Luxembourg this way, Rotterdam the other way. Rotterdam is where we're headed. So we'll go over here. But yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like if you don't even try to understand something, you know, you run the risk of not just like damaging others' trust in you, but also like your child will think you're a pushover. In like one case, or they might just think that what they did is okay. Because like if they don't understand that what they did is wrong, it creates issues. Over here we can't switch lanes, but over here we can, so we're just gonna do that real quick. I don't think parenting is all about punishment by any means, but I do believe that sometimes it's in order, you know? And like in those specific cases, you know, if there's like, again, like something went missing of big monetary value and this suddenly a big purchase was made, you know? And coincidentally, it sort of is in line with the value of that, you know? Like, it happens under your watch, and you are responsible for your child as a parent, you know? Oops. Nearly went to Lil there. Would have been bad. Also nearly caused another crash, which would have been really bad considering that we've got a dangerous substance. You know, right over here. I feel alive. I feel. So, like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. But also, like, what do I know? I'm not a parent. I know that not everything you do can be noticed. Like, you know, a lot of things that a child does will not happen under the watchful eye of a parent, you know? Of course not. But, like, at least a portion, right? And like those big things, like if your child suddenly walks in with an elephant, you know, into your living room, you wouldn't, like, you would obviously talk about the literal elephant in the room, you know? Like, you wouldn't not notice it, you know? And coincidentally, an elephant went missing in a zoo nearby. Or something like that, you know? That's like basically what I mean. In those cases, you would do something about it. In which case, I mean, like, talk to the child and say, hey, where did you get an elephant from? Are you sure that it's yours, you know? How did you acquire it? Oh, you got it with a fat amount of cash, you know? Where did you get that money from? Huh, you worked? When? What job does pay you that much, you know? How did you get that much money, you know? And if there's, after all that, if there's still like a lot of, you know, you explain the situation and there's suddenly still like, there's excuses and they work and everything checks out, you know? Sure, apologize to them, say, okay, sorry for suspecting you, but also, you do agree it's kind of weird, right? Move on. Keep trying to adjust by looking on the right lever and mirror, and then I check on the left mirror and realize, yeah, no, I'm too far on the left, and then I go more to the right, and then I end up overcorrecting. Like, I don't know, if your kid does something bad, you need to do something about it. But also punishment can be literally anything. There are like studies and stuff about that, which is pretty cool, where like it's less important what the punishment is and more important that a punishment happens, you know, or that the kid rather than that the kid knows that it's a punishment. Like in some cases, like obviously one has to be careful not to scar a child or anything, but like I do believe that's something like, for instance, as a kid I got beaten from my parents. And that's not good. But I'm not sure if that is more or less scarring than being sent into the corner of a room, you know? Or like, at one point when I was very, very young, when I didn't get beaten yet, you know? When I was too loud or something, you know? I got sent to the stairs. And I had to sit literally on top of the stairs. Like, you know, just like in the hallway, you know, just sit on the stairs. And that was the punishment. There were like guests, you know, coming for a visit and everything. They were there, you know, the other kids were playing, you know, like their kids and stuff. And I just had to sit on the stairs and be quiet, you know? And it's not obviously like, it's not like a bad punishment or anything like that. But like also, if you think about it, like it's just the stairs, like right outside the room, you know? Right? And like Rotterdam Discover. Let's go. We're nearly there. Centrum. Airport. Amsterdam. Airport. I just realized I took a turn too early. Ah, it's still fine. Never mind. Like, my great cousin's husband, rather than beating their kids or whatever, they don't do that. Which I find great, you know, like, domestic abuse is bad, you know? I'm not sure that if physical, punishments count as domestic abuse, you know? I know that's, like, a wild thing to say, in a way, you know? It's like the year is 2025, and I'm not sure, but, like, I believe, like, the abuse entailed something worse, you know? Than like stuff like I believe I don't know. There's like this, and then there's physical. Like for instance, one time my siblings and I didn't get beaten in ages. Like instead we got like a talking to, and I was like, so we were like old enough to really understand what we've done and why it was bad and why our parents were upset, and we didn't want to cause them upset. One time, however, one of my brothers was like acting crazy, like acting out like mad, and so what ended up happening was that essentially my father slapped him. It's just like whoosh, and I'm gonna like my parents were like stressed because they had work, they had to deal with us kids, because like we didn't have school. And on top of that, we were on our way into vacation, which is like the one time where they have some time for themselves, And like my parents were like preparing for that and everything, like getting all the luggage and making sure nothing's missing or anything, Like, they were super stressed and busy. And so the only thing that seems to help in that situation, in that specific case, was like literally my father just going boosh, just slapping with his the back of his hand, slapping my brother. And then my brother said, like it wasn't like bad, or anything like that, It was like he just slapped him, which is bad, yes, but like it wasn't like a really, really bad injury or anything like that, And like he was shocked in that moment. It was like, okay, I'll make this guy regret it, So he called the cops on my father. And like my brothers were like 16 or something like that. Like back then. No, they were younger. They were 14 or something, And so he called the cops because his father beat him, That's what they told the cops, And the cops arrived. And hold on, let me mute music for this. Also, I don't like this song. It's like as much as it was like good, I don't like the AI voice or whatever it does. Like it like sounds like a text-to-speech voice. Like it wasn't like a bad injury or anything like that. But like my brother called the cops on my father. My father because he slapped him. So the cops arrived, and we heard a report that he supposedly hate your kid. And my father very, very calmly, and in like an actual calm manner, said that they're preparing for vacation, for like a trip into like his home country. And all year they're working every day to make sure that the kids are happy. And then they act out like that and are being crazy, like, just going dog shit insane, and screaming and everything, and he hits him and he would do it again, and then Elise are like, okay, yeah, we understand that it's stressful, just make sure that you don't do it too much. And then like my brother is like there, like is shouting and super mad and upset and everything, like, you hit me, how could you do that to me, I'm your son. And the police officer was like, honestly, if you were my son, I would have hit you as well. No, go play video games or whatever kids do these days, and just give your parents some time, They're stressed. Understand that, And so they left. Like, my brother called the cops on my father, and the cops gave my, like disagreed with my brother. Like I said, it's fine. Like, yeah. So there's clearly like I believe there's a difference between like punishments, and degree and everything. And I don't think like getting hit is bad. It is good. That said, I do understand that sometimes you don't know what to do, and that is like the most extreme thing you can do. And if you do it, it's gonna damage the trust, and it's also gonna cause some psychological trauma. That said, there's definitely a difference between like domestic abuse, which is like prolonged, and like getting beaten once or twice. Honestly, though, as well, having done an internship at a school, as part of my education, and having tutored kids and stuff, having experienced how kids behave these days, especially like in the public, like I see kids saying things that I would have never dared say as a kid, like I would have never dared say those things in public, or like they talk to their parents in a way like I would have never dared talk like that to my parents, like even without getting beaten or anything like that, like how do you scream at your parents, like the people that literally are the reason why you live, I know you never asked for it, I'm just saying, like, how do you do that in not only just how do you do that, but also how do you do that in public? Like, what the fuck, man, Are we close to the parking spot? Yeah. Like, I get being rebellious to a degree. But I really don't get, like, the way they talk to it. Like, as if they're slaves or servants or whatever, as if, like, the fact that they one time didn't pull out correctly, makes the, has them punished for all of their lives, Which I know is a wild way of phrasing it as well, I don't like doing this because it ruins immersion a little bit, but like, not gonna lie. Yeah. I feel like a lot of kids should get beaten these days. Like some of the kids in public, like some of the teens I see these days, honestly, they would have, they could really need a good beating. Like, I'm not gonna do it, for the parents, like, and I get like not wanting to. Hey, drive distance 852. Delivery bonus. Damage penalties 3,000. That is like all a proficiency and long distance bonus. Right there. Gone down the drain, Like nearly all, It's. I mean, actually. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's nearly all. Yeah, it's nearly all. Still made 20,000 though, which is good. And got a shitload of experience, which is nice. New upgrades available. Nuts. Steel. None of these seem like upgrades, Just gonna leave it at that for now. System, save game. Day 2 ish. Yes. Oh, it is quit, yeah. Like, I don't know, some kids are like being little shits, little demons, you know, like genuinely. Like, I believe that some folks would deserve to get hit, you know? And I don't think it's like good, you know? And I commend anyone who does parenting right, you know? Like, when I saw like how the family of my ex behaved, you know, like that was really, really good parenting right there, you know. They trust each other, they talk to each other, they like hanging out with each other, they miss each other all the time. And it was like, yeah, this is family right there. This is how it's supposed to work and everything. But also the difference kind of between that and ours is like they're not they don't have a migration background and are living in a foreign country. They have more money, and also they have less kids, you know. Also higher education on both of the parents and stuff obviously is also part of it, you know. Like they are like more well versed and stuff, and if I didn't know anything, there's something they would Google it, you know, stuff like that. It helps. And also very, very present grandparents on both sides, you know, that could help out a lot too. And yeah, I guess it just works better that way. But so yeah, there's like differences obviously. That said, I do believe that overall, like I feel like it's mm, like I don't know, it's not like a given really. Like, you know, on the other hand, like another ex of mine, you know, their family was kind of a mess, you know, with like um 6 half siblings, you know, in total, like being like there's 6 kids, all of which are half siblings, you know, which doesn't have to be a bad thing. But like if you live in a house that is too small for that amount of children, don't really have a father figure, or like you have multiple father figures kind of, but they're all like not really, they're very absent overall. And then you kind of like the whole place was a bit of a mess whenever I was there. Like not just a bit, it was pretty rough. So like I'm like not sure how I feel about that, you know, like they still love each other, they still behave, I guess, but it's it feels different. Like there's something underlying, like as an issue, like kind of, you know, with the way people act out, you know. And like in my family, you know, like sometimes everything is good, but sometimes nothing is good. And that's, I think, part of it, but also doesn't have to be the case, you know? So I kind of envy other people for having relatively normal families where everyone loves each other and is kind to each other, and, you know, they do some teasing and stuff like that, but the brothers never fight and the sister doesn't distance herself super much, you know, and I don't get annoyed as much, you know? Like, I get annoyed. Well, I love my siblings dearly. I just wish they would keep in touch with me more, you know? Like, I try to call them, but, like, it's most of the time that I have to call them, to, like, you know, like, I have to be the one who calls them to be in touch with them, you know? They don't call me on their own too often, which is a bit of a shame. Which is a little bit of a shame. I kind of hurt sometimes, and sometimes they say things that go pretty, they hit very, very close. You know, they hurt a lot. They hurt right in my kokoro. It's not great. Like, I'm not a huge fan of that, but also I love my family, so I'm looking forward to spending time with my siblings and my parents. And it's gonna be great for at least for the first day to see like my aunt and uncle again. Just not I hope we just don't stay too long, you know? Because, like, genuinely, it's not a good time staying there too long. With that said, I do believe that, like, and studies also have shown that, and stuff, so punishments are in order, and I believe some parents are too lax, I believe that's sort of like a pendulum swing kind of effect, where, like, strict parents create lax parents that then, again, create strict parents again, sort of. It happens quite often. You see that a lot with, like, libertarian, like, like more liberal kids and conservative parents and stuff. A lot of the time, not always, but like a lot, especially when it's very, very extreme. And with that being the case, I do believe punishments are important for the sake of discipline, and a lot of kids these days seem to like it. They're like the genuinely little shits, a lot of them, most of the time. Some of them are so arrogant and disrespectful and stuff towards older generations. Not that I say that everyone deserves respect, it's just, they kind of suck. And that's like my genuine... There you go. We'll just change to Trash Goblin. We'll play some of that. But no, I do believe that, like, some discipline is in order, and it would be great if, like... I'm not saying, like, parents would beat their kids, but, like, I do believe that, like, some punishments are important to facilitate that kind of, like, keep them in line, Of course, like, if a kid doesn't, like, do anything that warrants punishment, like, it's not needed. But, like, sometimes there are cases where they really do need something, And at some point, they're too old to... Like, like, you can't just ground kids, at past a certain age or anything like that, When they, like, people say, oh, you can't leave the room, Then, even though they're literally... Like, if you say, like, yeah, you can't... You're under house arrest. Get into your room. Your room is literally like the space where you have privacy, where you have, I don't know, like games or books or whatever, your bed, your clothes, etc., But, like, suddenly it's turned into a punishment, and you're robbed of the opportunity to, like, go out if you wanted to, So, like, in some cases, stuff like that can help really a lot. For me, like, it was, like, either the chairs or, like the stairs, or getting hit. The belt or the stairs. But, yeah, past a certain age, like, the stairs didn't really do it, so I got hit. And that's, not great, but also could have been worse. And, like, my great cousin's kids, for instance, whenever they act out, like when they don't want to go to sleep, or when they don't want to eat their veggies, or whenever they don't, like, they pester everyone way too much or being too loud or something like that, or they're playing with a ball inside, which is not good, they have to go to the corner. So they literally stand inside the corner, facing towards the wall. And they're literally in the same room as everyone else. It's fine, it's nothing dramatic, anything like that. But they're, like, low-key terrified of it. They don't want the corner, But they have to stand in the corner for 10 minutes. And then they've mellowed out, They apologize and they understand that what they've done is wrong. And that's, like, the reason why punishments work, When punishments work, when... you have to do something that you don't have to usually do because you don't always get punished. You have to understand why you have to go do it, why the reason why you have to do it, and it has to be something that is atypical for you. Like, like you get punished by going into the corner, usually you wouldn't willingly go into the corner. There's nothing in the corner for you to do, but now you have to do it, and it's not something that others do. It's atypical, of people in general to do, as in the others who come for a visit or whatever, they don't have to go into the corner. It's just something that you have to do, it's a specific punishment for you. And on top of that, you got it because you broke the rules, because you were too loud, It's like 10 p.m. on a Thursday night. You're supposed to keep it quiet. And now you have to go into the corner. And it doesn't matter that you weren't in the corner for too long, You were there for 5 minutes. You were there for 10 minutes. You were there for 1 minute, It doesn't matter as long as the fact that you were in the corner or that you had to go into the corner sticks, And I realize that's like nice, honestly. It's different. It's like kind of simple, like, but it seems to work a lot, And they're well disciplined, and that's cool. And I was parenting with Maggie, who is not a parent. It might not be a parent. I might not be a parent. No, it's I believe that there's certainly like value in doing something like that, No parent likes punishing their kids, but at the same time you have to at sometimes. Like the carrot and stick, but like most of the time you've got the carrot, It's just like you need the stick as well sometimes, because if you're all play and know the rules, you end up with rebels that don't respect anything you do, but you can't do anything about them, Like literally there's and this is something that I've heard from friends who are parents. You're literally dealing with kids that are troublemakers and then listen to a word you say and constantly get in trouble or do dangerous things and whatnot. And nothing you do works. And so there's nothing they can do until the kid turns 18. Sort of, And that's not good, because if you feel that way, suddenly you're not a parent anymore. And no, you own a liability. And that's bad. And I believe like a lot of people are like grasping at straws. Possibly because they've not introduced punishments like the stick, early enough. But also, I believe there's also a balance to find, Like, you need to communicate enough for it to work, and you need to not have them punished too often. In which case, again, like, the husband of my great cousin, literally, like he will talk to them, tell them off multiple times, And when they don't listen, it's the corner. But it's not always the corner. Sometimes they just have to sit by him. And that helps too. And it's not a punishment. It's just you hang out with the adults now. And they don't want to do that necessarily. But at the same time, it's perceived as like a punishment, But more so like a means of separating everyone, and making sure that like the variable that causes the issues is like actually taken care of and doesn't cause issues again, That is, I believe, kind of important as well, that you have like different means of achieving your goal. And sometimes just a warning is enough. Sometimes talking, like an extensive dialogue, with your child is enough, Both of which are great because they facilitate an understanding of a bond of the dialogue and communication, how important communication is and stuff. But at the same time, they are important because, they're like verbal means, it's not a physical punishment or anything like that, And then the stick, sometimes. And sometimes you need to know, like, I have a different stick, rather than this corner. It's, you sit next to me. And stuff like that. I believe that is sort of important and whatnot, and a lot of people don't do that. But I like that, like, at least one relative of mine is doing that. It seems to work quite nicely. That's it. I'll take a little break. I'll be back in a bit. And I'll see you in a bit. And I'm going to be playing some more Trash Goblin, which is a great game, I'll recommend checking that out if you haven't yet. Boop. Boop. Well. And we're back again. Ah, the game is so loud always in the title screen. It's always so loud. But it should be fine once we're in game. I've been thinking I need to vacuum over here, but I didn't get the opportunity yesterday, and I can't do it today because it's Sunday. I mean, I could do it on today, it would be fine, it's just a little frowned upon, you know? My neighbors might really dislike me for doing it, you know, if I do it. And so I'll have to just not do it today. Attach this real quick, and then that's finished. And we can take the succulent and terrarium. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Also have our coffee. It's all a bit cozy now. I like the look of that. I need one stone frog clean, though. It is clean, and you can have it. How about 125? Very reasonable. Deal. Thanks. No, I thank you. And over here we've got the goblin lantern. Boop, boop. I'm just gonna put that over here. Got the legs. We can attach those another time once we've got the other parts. We can put the witch doll head over here as well. Do we have any quests? We don't have any quests right now. Lovely. Filigree ring. I'm just gonna put that in the washer. Witch doll left arm. We need the head still, and we'll also need... Ooh, Morph's hammer handle. We've got a customer. What do we have here? I need one swirly necklace, clean, please. 155, deal. Thanks. Lovely. Motor broom brush. Horseshoe handle. Does it wrap around the whole thing? Yep. Ah, yes. It's a fist. Nice. Another customer. I need one fist with a little something bolted on. We can do that. In that case, I'll take the fist and we can attach it to this over here. Go to sleep. And you know, for this, we might as well. Papa. Neat. Made 4,000 in sales. How about 264? Very reasonable deal. Thanks. Take the money. Take my money. There's an arm. It's a big one. Rustic kettle. Take care of that, and this, and this. Wooden something handle. I mean, Barnacle does, I don't mind what condition. How about 121? And a tip of 36. Lovely. Wooden chunk handle. Here we go. Celestial want. Didn't we have ethereal? I guess we sold the celestial want top that we had, or we used it somewhere and sold it. Actually, never mind. No, that's Claude Gem. Not what I wanted. And that over there is the throwing knife pommel. Boop, 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 boop. Rake attachment. I need one Lich Crown. Don't ask me why. How about 408? Deal. Thanks. No tip. I might go to the authorities about this. Silver blade. I'll just chuck that over that way. Orcish dagger hilt. Orcish dagger blade. Bum 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 bum, Mr. Sponge Man. Oh, we had coffee already. I need one drinking vessel. I don't mind one condition. Take this. Not today. I guess the forest set isn't worth all that much. Nimblejack's right leg. Right arm, left leg, body, bicorn, head. Oh, it's missing one arm and one leg. Orcish dagger hilt, Orcish dagger blade. Do we have a pommel? I don't think we have a pommel. Mechanical hand, wooden chunk handle, embracing tiara, forest teapot lid, forest teacup, teacup lid, tray, saucer. I guess I'll clean that overnight. We'll sleep. I guess I can just chug this over here. Mechanical mind. No. I'm gonna finish this, leave it like that. It's a goblin mask with a lantern attached to it. A dragon tooth. Maybe not. Sure, I'll take this. 219, deal. And a tip of 65. Let's go. I'm just gonna work on these. Need to switch tools more often for peak efficiency. Dragon's Eye. Dragon's Tooth. I wonder what else is part of that set. Sunburst Gem. Like the look of that. Need one goblin mask. Might as well upcycle it. We don't have that. Not today. Weird. I like the look of that. Of what? That thing you don't have right here. Candle holder. Nova, hello again. Hi. I spoke to Lucky. How did it go? It was great. I'm going to join as a guest player for the next few weeks. But all this searching for a game has given me an idea. Oh, really? Now that I've written a couple of articles, I think I could persuade the editor of the Hunter Herald to help. All I need is to add a looking for group section to the district notice board. Then anyone can use it to easily find other like-minded players. That sounds so useful. I know, I can't believe no one thought of it before. But the reason I came is I needed one other thing from you. Oh yeah? I'll be visiting my friends soon, and I'd like to give them a gift. Well, I want to get them a celestial telescope. Want to match mine. That sounds nice. I'll call you when it's ready. Oh, never mind. We do have it already. I thought there would be more parts to it. You know, like a stand and stuff. I can stand this no longer. Wooden chunk handle again. It's perfect. They'll love it. Here's 124. Deal. There was something else I wanted to ask. Go on. I was looking to the night sky, thinking about the celestial grandeur of the cosmos, and suddenly it hit me. Yes, what hit you? Oh, nothing bad. Inspiration. I want to write a story about your shop. A tale of a little goblin who could. Succeeding in the vast cosmos, I mean vast city. The sky's the limit in where you take it. Maybe a little less celestial? Of course, it's just inspiring, that's all. I've had a lot of help. We all need a bit of help sometimes. But looking at you... Looking at all you have achieved nevertheless. But look at all you have achieved nevertheless. Thanks. So can I do it? Write about your shop? Only if I mention Auntie. Definitely. And I'm on. Yes, absolutely. Okay then. Thank you so much. Let's get to it then. Okay, so recapping the story so far, noises. And that should cover it. Wow, you should be the one telling stories. Akila said the same. Oh really? I really must track them down and have a chat too. But first the story. Toodles. Good luck. Nice display you got there. I need one rusty kettle. Sure. How about 74? Deal. Thanks. We're popular. Wooden mask. I'm gonna put that in the washer. Put that in the washer. Put it in the washer real good. Look at our little terrarium right there. Isn't it adorable? Nice display you got there. I need one mask, any old condition. Sure. Actually. 231? Deal. Thanks. Displayed? I didn't display it at all. For whatever reason, the game keeps thinking that I have the thing attached. Like, still displayed. Like the goblin mask. a little bit of a... Wait. We still have the tray. I mean, put the frogs over here. Put the mushroom doll leg over here. Nice and easy. Can choke that, I guess, over that way. Motor broomstick as well. Sort of big and bulky. So it does wonders to just put a... Give a little stroke. Wooden mask left ear. Now that I think about it, we've got the Meniskin mask stuff over here. And we've got a right ear as well. Sure. Left ear. Right ear. Gonna get rid of that. We'll attach the frogs over that way. Boop. I like it. How about 619? Very reasonable. Deal. Thanks. You're welcome. Lovely. I'm moving on. Morph's hammer handle again. And we can go for one more. And another celestial telescope.
Oh.
Not today. Dismiss. I think the game is bugged. Just a little bit. Not too much. Just a fair bit, you know. Plant mister. Chuck that in there. Maybe it will unbug itself if I just do it like that. And we sleep. I wonder what that part is about. Just gonna chuck this in here. Wooden chunk handle could actually also be part of that, if I think about it. You know, like a little bit, you know, theoretically. The chunk can go over here. Rabbit foot charm. Nice. Tassel. Violet Tune Impact. Danger 2. Rustic Cattle Lead. Oh, we had a Rustic Cattle earlier. We could have attached that to increase the value on top of, you know, it being part of the set, I guess. There we go. Lich Crown accessory. What do we have here? I need one plant, mister. I don't mind what condition. You're gonna get cleaned. And you're gonna be charged more for it. Deal! I'll take it. Fantastic. Leave it at that. Leave it to me. Natural charm enhancement. Bum bum. Rake attachment. Not today.
Oh.
It keeps thinking I have a mask. I don't have a mask. Maybe we'll stop once I find another mask and give it to any one of them. Boar idol body. Wizard staff. Do we have any mask? I don't think I have any mask. Yeah, we don't. Maybe if I just ignore him, it's gonna get itself fixed. Classic bowl. Nice. That said, as much as it pains me to say, it is already past midnight. So I'm gonna call it a day here. We'll be live again tomorrow with something. We did some Thrash Goblin Trinketeering. Today we played some Eurochuck. Was a good time. We'll be live again tomorrow. Maybe we'll play some Risk of Rain or Hades. We could play some Hades. Or Hades 2, rather. Here's gonna be one of the final streams of the year. Oh, let's go say hi to Invent. If it's cool. It's playing Into the Dead, Our Darkest Days, which you can essentially imagine as like a mixture of this War of Mine and Project Zomboid. Very, very cool game that is currently in early access. Invert is a phenomenal streamer who plays a lot of sci-fi games, a lot of zombie games. He's played the Stalker series, which I'm not sure if that falls into either of those categories. But he's been playing Into the Dead, Our Darkest Days, and a game called Surround Dead, as well as Dispatch lately, Vane, and Sleep Awake. So, a plethora of different titles, you know. He's played Silk Song before, he's played Schedule 1 before, and Silent Hill F, you know, the newest one. It's a pretty good time over there. Very, very chill, very laid back, you know. A lot of people boo him, but there's a valid reason for it, so, you know. You can find out for yourself. That said, I had a fantastic time. Thanks a lot, Chaos, with the aid. Coming in, bringing your community over. Much appreciated. And like, yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow doing something. I'm not sure yet. Maybe we'll play some Hades too. I don't know. I haven't played in a while. Unspin, I can't get it started on my own. And then after that, we'll be live again in the new year. Probably